The roar of the crowd, the flash of steel, the promise of glory. Being a gladiator sounds heroic until you live it. Tonight, we step into the blood-soaked sand of the Roman arena, not as a spectator, but as a fighter. From brutal training to cruel masters and the constant shadow of death, discover why even the strongest warriors rarely lasted more than a few fights. One day, in a gladiator's sandals, and you'd be begging for mercy long before the sword ever touched you. If softly spoken stories of pain, pride, and survival calm your restless mind, you've come to the right Colosseum of thought. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to explore the harshest roles and hidden humanity of the ancient world, one peaceful night at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. The ancient Mediterranean twilight falls softly across rolling hills, painting the landscape in hues of amber and gold. Centuries before the great Colosseum would rise in Rome, before gladiators would become the heartbeat of imperial entertainment, a much simpler ritual was taking place. Here, in the gentle hills of Etruria, where cypress trees stand like silent sentinels against the fading light, the origins of what would become gladiatorial combat began not as spectacle, but as solemn tribute. Imagine the flickering torches illuminating a funeral ceremony, their dancing flames casting long shadows across mourners' faces. The ancient Etruscans, those mysterious predecessors to the Romans, believed that blood must be spilled to honor the deceased, particularly noblemen. The warm evening air carries the scent of olive groves and burning oil as two warriors step forward, weapons drawn. Their combat is a sacrifice, a blood offering to appease the spirits of the dead. This ritual, called munera in Latin, meaning debt or obligation, would evolve into the gladiatorial tradition that would captivate Rome for nearly 7 centuries. Death, whispered the Etruscans, requires payment in blood or its symbolic equivalent. The gentle breeze rustles through olive branches as we move forward in time to the early days of the Roman Republic. The Romans, ever practical and yet deeply superstitious, adopted this Etruscan custom and gradually transformed it. What began as private funeral rites gradually evolved into public spectacles. The first recorded gladiatorial games in Rome took place in 264 BCE, when 3 pairs of warriors fought during the funeral ceremonies of Junius Brutus Pera. The combatants were likely slaves or prisoners of war, men whose lives were considered expendable in service to tradition. The morning mist rises from the Tiber River, curling like ethereal fingers around the temples and hills of early Rome. In these nascent days of gladiatorial combat, there were no grand amphitheaters, no complex rules or specialized fighting styles. Contests would take place in the Forum Romanum, the city's central marketplace and civic center, where temporary wooden structures would be erected to accommodate spectators. Imagine standing there, the scent of freshly baked bread from nearby stalls mingling with the earthy smells of livestock and humanity as a hush falls over the usually bustling forum. As the Republic expanded through conquest, prisoners of war provided an abundant supply of potential gladiators. Captured warriors from Gaul, Thrace, Britannia, and other conquered territories, men who had already proven their fighting prowess on the battlefield, were repurposed for these growing spectacles. There is a profound irony here. Men who had fought against Rome would now fight for Roman entertainment, their foreign fighting styles becoming the basis for distinct gladiatorial categories. The golden afternoon sun filters through clouds as we contemplate this transformation. What began as religious observance gradually became a political tool. Ambitious politicians recognized the power of providing games to curry favor with the populace. Julius Caesar himself hosted massive gladiatorial spectacles featuring 320 pairs of fighters in silvered armor, an extravagance that shocked even his contemporaries but cemented his popularity with the masses. Bread and circuses, the poet Juvenal would later write, criticizing how easily the Roman public could be distracted from political matters by food and entertainment. Yet there was more to these games than mere distraction. They embodied Roman values, courage in the face of death, disciplined violence, the triumph of civilization over perceived barbarism. The deep purple of dusk settles over the ancient world. As we consider the participants themselves, not all gladiators were unwilling victims. As the institution evolved, many entered the profession voluntarily. Free men, often the destitute or the desperate, might sell themselves to a gladiatorial school, ludus, in exchange for food, lodging, training, and the possibility of wealth and fame. Some were drawn by the roar of the crowd, the allure of glory, or simply the promise of regular meals in a world where hunger was a constant companion for the poor. Even more surprising to modern sensibilities, there were instances of noblemen entering the arena. Emperor Commodus himself fought as a gladiator, though in highly stage-managed encounters. What could drive men of privilege to risk death in the sand? Perhaps the same impulse that drives modern thrill-seekers, the intoxicating rush of facing mortality and emerging victorious, of testing one's limits before a captivated audience. Stars begin to appear in the deepening night sky, just as they did over ancient Rome. Beneath those same constellations, men prepared for combat, knowing that tomorrow might bring glory or death. They represented a complex paradox in Roman society, simultaneously celebrated and degraded. Gladiators were admired for their courage and skill, yet they were also infamous, literally without reputation, a legal status shared with prostitutes and actors that deprived them of certain civic rights. Women, too, sometimes participated in these spectacles, though far less frequently than men. Ancient texts and archaeological evidence confirm the existence of female gladiators, gladiatresses, who fought according to the same rules as their male counterparts. One can only imagine the extraordinary circumstances that would lead women into this predominantly male domain, the unique courage required to face not only deadly combat, but also the weight of societal judgment. The night deepens, stars reflected in the still waters of the Tiber. In the quiet darkness, we reflect on how these ancient games reveal the multifaceted nature of Roman society, its reverence for tradition alongside its love of innovation, its strict social hierarchies pierced occasionally by meritocratic advancement, its capacity for both extreme cruelty and profound appreciation of courage. The arena was, in many ways, Rome in microcosm. What began as a solemn funerary ritual evolved over centuries into the grand spectacles of the imperial age. From humble beginnings in the Forum, with simple combats between similarly equipped fighters, would emerge elaborate productions in massive amphitheaters featuring specialized gladiator types, exotic animals, and complex stagecraft, all designed to captivate the Roman public and demonstrate the empire's power and reach. As the moon rises over silent hills, casting silver light on ancient stones, we leave behind the origins of gladiatorial combat and prepare to explore the training that transformed ordinary men into the warriors of the arena. The cypress trees stand motionless in the night, timeless witnesses to the flow of history as the stars wheel slowly overhead, the same stars that watched over gladiators as they slept on the eve of combat, wondering if they would live to see another sunset. Dawn breaks gently over the ludus, the gladiatorial training school, its rosy fingers reaching over stone walls weathered by time and elements. Inside these walls, men sleep on simple pallets in Spartan cells, their dreams perhaps filled with the clash of weapons or the roar of distant crowds. The morning air carries the scent of dew-dampened earth and wood smoke from the kitchen fires being stoked to prepare the day's first meal. This is where gladiators are made, not in the arena's blinding spotlight, but in the patient, relentless routine of daily training. The ludus was both prison and academy, home and crucible. For those who entered its walls, whether as condemned, criminals, prisoners of war, slaves, or free volunteers, auctorati, previous identities were stripped away. Here, men were reborn through discipline, transformed through systematic training that pushed their bodies and minds to limits they never imagined possible. The process was as much psychological as physical, breaking down and rebuilding humans into creatures of the arena. Imagine awakening in such a place. The cool morning air fills your lungs as you rise from your narrow bed. Your muscles ache from yesterday's training, but there is no respite. The day begins before full light, with a simple breakfast, perhaps barley porridge with beans, occasionally supplemented with dried fruit. The diet of gladiators was carefully controlled, high in carbohydrates to build strength and body mass. So common was this diet that gladiators were sometimes mockingly called hordearii, barley men. The strongest warriors are forged through routine and repetition, the lanista owner and trainer of the ludus might say as he oversees the morning meal. Today is merely yesterday repeated with greater skill. As morning light strengthens, filling the central training courtyard with golden illumination, the gladiators gather for the day's instruction. Barefoot on packed earth, they begin with warm-up exercises, running, wrestling, and calisthenics designed to build endurance and agility. The courtyard comes alive with the rhythm of synchronized movement, the sound of controlled breathing, the occasional shout of encouragement or correction from instructors. Training was specialized according to the gladiatorial style each man was assigned. The retiarius, net fighter, practiced casting his weighted net and striking with his trident. The heavily armored secutor trained to withstand and counter such attacks. The thraex, Thracian, learned to fight with his distinctive, curved short sword. Each style required specific skills, specific muscle development, specific tactical awareness. Imagine the weight of wooden practice weapons, deliberately heavier than the real implements that would be used in the arena, as trainees execute the same movements hundreds of times until they become instinct rather than thought. Sweat glistens on skin bronzed by outdoor training, dripping onto the sand that would later drink more precious fluids in the amphitheater. The trainers, often retired gladiators themselves, move among their charges, adjusting stances, demonstrating techniques, occasionally delivering sharp reprimands. Midday arrives with its intense heat, the sun standing high above the ludus walls. Perhaps there is a brief rest, a simple meal of bread, cheese, and watered wine. Then training resumes, now focusing on simulated combat. Pairs of trainees face off with padded weapons and protective equipment, practicing the choreography of combat under the watchful eyes of instructors. The air fills with the dull thud of wooden swords against practice shields, the shuffling of feet on sand, the controlled grunts of exertion. Learn to love the feel of the weapon in your hand. Tsikteka, instructor might tell a struggling novice. It is no longer metal and wood, It is an extension of your will, your spirit, your very life. There was remarkable medical knowledge within the ludus walls. Professional physicians, some of the most skilled in the Roman world, attended to gladiators' health and injuries. These doctors pioneered techniques in trauma treatment, bone setting, and surgical intervention. Gladiators represented significant financial investments for their owners. Their physical well-being was protected accordingly. They received better medical care than most free Romans could access, another paradox in their complex social position. The afternoon brings more specialized training. Some practice with particular weapons against specific opponents. Others work on strength conditioning, lifting weighted implements, or dragging heavy loads across the training ground. The more experienced might engage in near-full contact sparring, testing tactics they might employ in actual combat. Throughout, instructors evaluate, critique, and refine their techniques. As the sun begins its descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the training yard, gladiators might receive instruction in the theatrical aspects of their profession. Combat in the arena was not merely about fighting skill, it was performance. Gladiators learned to present themselves dramatically, to acknowledge the crowd appropriately, to display courage and stoicism when wounded. Even their deaths, should they come, were expected to follow cultural scripts of dignity and acceptance. The evening brings another simple meal. Perhaps more substantial than breakfast and lunch, meat might be included, as protein was essential for muscle recovery and growth. Archaeological evidence from gladiator graveyards reveals fascinating dietary insights. Analysis of bone remains indicates many consumed a largely vegetarian diet, supplemented with a drink made from plant ashes, essentially an ancient sports drink that provided calcium to strengthen bones and help heal fractures. As twilight deepens into night, the ludus gradually quiets. Some men might gather in small groups, sharing stories or playing simple board games like Latrunculi, a strategy game similar to chess. Others might sit alone, lost in thought or prayer. Many gladiators were devoted to Nemesis, goddess of fate and retribution, believing she controlled their destiny in the arena. Small shrines to her might be found in quiet corners of the ludus. Discipline continued even in these evening hours. Wine was carefully rationed. Gladiators needed to maintain peak physical condition and mental alertness. Sexual activity was similarly restricted, based on the ancient belief that such relations drained a man's strength and fighting spirit. The gladiator's body was not entirely his own. It belonged partly to the ludus, to the games, to Rome itself. Stars appear overhead, the same constellations that have watched over human struggles since time immemorial. In their cells, gladiators prepare for sleep, perhaps applying medicinal salves to the day's minor injuries or stretching sore muscles. Some might whisper prayers to various deities, Hercules for strength, Mars for courage, Fortuna for luck. Others might lie awake, contemplating their fate, wondering how many more nights they would see. Not all who entered the ludus would survive to fight in the arena. The training itself was brutal enough to claim lives through accident or exhaustion. Others might attempt escape, despite the severe consequences of recapture, usually immediate execution. Yet within these challenging conditions, unexpected bonds formed. The brotherhood of gladiators, men united by shared experience and the intimate knowledge of mortality, created camaraderie that transcended their diverse origins. The night deepens, silence falling over the ludus like a gentle blanket. Tomorrow will bring another day of training, another opportunity to improve, another step toward the inevitable moment when the gates will open, and these men will step into the arena to face their destiny. For now, they rest, bodies recovering, From today's exertions while preparing for tomorrow's challenges, as moonlight casts silver patterns through barred windows, we leave these sleeping warriors to their dreams. The ludus stands quiet under star-filled skies, its walls containing both harsh reality and human resilience. Here, ordinary men are transformed into extraordinary combatants through discipline, training, and the inexorable pressure of knowing that one day, perhaps soon, their lives will depend on the skills they have acquired within these walls. Morning mist hangs low over the armory of the ludus, where rows of helmets catch the first light of dawn, their polished metal surfaces transforming the gentle rays into constellations of reflected brilliance. Here, in this chamber of iron and leather, wood, and bronze, rests the equipment that defines each gladiator, the tools of their trade, the armor that both protects and identifies them, the weapons that will determine their fate in the arena's unforgiving embrace. There is something almost sacred in the quiet of the armory before the day begins. Weapons hang in perfect order on the walls, each with its purpose, each with its history. Armor stands arranged in rows like silent sentinels, waiting to encase human flesh in their protective embrace. The scent of oil used to prevent rust mingles with the earthy aroma of leather and the faint metallic tang that seems to permeate the very air. This is a temple of Mars in its way, dedicated to the artistry of combat and the implements that make it possible. The first light strengthens, illuminating the distinctive silhouettes of gladiatorial equipment. Unlike the standardized armaments of the Roman legions, gladiatorial gear was deliberately diverse, creating visually distinct fighting styles that audiences could easily recognize and favor. Each type of gladiator, and there were many, had equipment designed not merely for combat effectiveness but for dramatic visual impact and symbolic resonance. A gladiator's armor tells his story before he strikes a single blow, the armorer might say as he moves through the room, checking each piece with practiced hands. It speaks of where he comes from, how he will fight, what strengths and vulnerabilities he brings to the sand. Consider the mamilo, named for a type of saltwater fish, his distinctive helmet, crowned with a stylized fish crest. Heavily armored, on his sword arm and leg he carried a large rectangular shield, scutum, similar to that of a legionary, and fought with a straight sword, gladius, that gave gladiators their name. His equipment represented Rome itself, practical, sturdy, imposing. In contrast stood the Thraex, or Thracian, whose equipment evoked Rome's ancient enemies. His helmet bore a griffin crest, and he carried a small rectangular shield, parmula, and fought with a curved sword, sica, with an angled blade designed to reach around an opponent's shield. His fighting style commemorated the Thracian warriors who had once challenged Rome, their distinctive weapons and tactics preserved in the arena long after their homeland had been subjugated. Perhaps most distinctive was the retiarius, the net fighter, who wore minimal armor, typically just a padded arm guard, manica, and shoulder piece, gallerus, and fought with a weighted net, trident, and dagger. This equipment evoked the humble fisherman, creating a dramatic contrast when paired against more heavily armored opponents. The retiarius represented vulnerability and cunning against brute strength and protection, a dynamic that audiences found particularly compelling. Imagine the weight of this equipment, how it shaped the gladiator's experience of his own body. A helmet could weigh several pounds, its interior lined with fabric padding to absorb impact and prevent chafing. Vision was limited to what could be seen through eye holes or the facial grille, transforming the wearer's perception of the world into a series of restricted frames. Sounds became muffled and distorted, creating a cocoon-like sensory experience that separated the fighter from the roaring crowd. The armorer moves with reverence among his charges, perhaps pausing to adjust a loose strap or apply oil to a hinge. Each piece of equipment represented both practical protection and artistic expression. Helmets might be decorated with embossed designs or inlaid with precious metals. Shields could bear painted emblems or motifs personal to the fighter. Even the humble greave, the leg guard worn on the leading leg, might be engraved with decorative patterns or mythological scenes. The finest armor balances protection with mobility, the armorer explains, to a novice gladiator being fitted for his first set of equipment. Too heavy, and you will tire quickly. Too light, and you will be vulnerable. We must find the harmony that suits your fighting style and physical strengths. As the sun climbs higher, casting its golden light through high windows, we might contemplate the symbolism inherent in each gladiatorial type. The heavily armored pursuer, was specifically designed to fight the lightly equipped retiarius, his smooth helmet and oiled body making it difficult for the net to find purchase. Their contests symbolize the eternal struggle between fisherman and fish, hunter and hunted, with the roles constantly reversing throughout the combat. The Dimacharius fought with 2 swords and minimal armor, relying on speed and aggression rather than protection. The Hoplomachus wore equipment inspired by Greek hoplite warriors, including a round shield, aspis, and spear. The Provocator had equipment similar to Roman legionaries but modified for arena combat. Each type created a different visual spectacle, a different fighting dynamic, a different story told through combat. Female gladiators, though rare, apparently fought with the same equipment as their male counterparts, according to limited archaeological and literary evidence. One can imagine the additional weight, both literal and figurative, these women carried as they defied conventional gender expectations in the most public and dangerous manner possible. Midday approaches, and gladiators begin to enter the armory to maintain their equipment, a vital daily ritual. They clean and oil metal components to prevent rust, check leather straps for wear, replace padding where needed. This intimate relationship with their equipment was essential. In the arena, a loose strap or sticking hinge could mean death. Many decorated their armor with personal touches, good luck symbols, religious dedications, or designs reflecting their origin or fighting name. Your armor is your second skin, an experienced gladiator might tell a novice as they work side by side. Learn to love it despite its weight, despite the discomfort. It will save your life more than once if you treat it with respect. The quality of equipment varied widely between different ludi. The imperial gladiatorial schools, the most prestigious being the Ludus Magnus in Rome, provided the finest equipment, often made by specialist craftsmen. Provincial schools, or those owned by less wealthy lanistae, might outfit their fighters with older, repaired, or less elaborate gear. The condition and quality of a gladiator's equipment reflected his status within the hierarchy of his profession. As afternoon light slants through the armory windows, creating pools of gold among shadows, we might consider the sensory experience of wearing such equipment. The smell of leather straps warmed by body heat, the persistent pressure of the helmet against the skull, the restrictive embrace of the manica arm guard, limiting certain movements while enabling others, the reassuring weight of shield and weapon, extensions of the fighter's will and intention. For all their protective value, these implements also mark their wearers as separate from ordinary society. To don gladiatorial equipment was to assume an identity that existed outside normal social boundaries, part athlete, part performer, part condemned man. The paradox of the gladiator was embodied in his very equipment, objects of beauty and craftsmanship designed ultimately for violence, protection that simultaneously marked its wearer as expendable. Evening approaches, its golden light softening to amber as it filters through high windows. The armorer makes his final rounds, ensuring all equipment is properly stored for the night. Tomorrow, some of these weapons may draw blood, some of this armor may sustain damage in combat. For now, they rest in orderly rows, their potential energy contained, their purpose temporarily suspended. As shadows lengthen across the armory floor, we might reflect on how these implements of combat reveal the complex relationship Romans had with violence. It was not mere bloodlust that drew crowds to the arena, but appreciation for skill, courage, and the aesthetic beauty of combat executed with precision. The diverse equipment types created varied combat dynamics that knowledgeable spectators could appreciate, as we might appreciate different styles of dance or athletic performance. Night falls gently over the ludus, stars appearing one by one in the darkening sky. The armory stands silent, its contents gleaming faintly in the last light. Tomorrow these implements will be animated by human will and skill, transformed from mere objects into the tools of life, death, and spectacle. Their weight will be borne by men who have trained for this purpose, who have accepted this burden, along with all it represents. As moonlight casts silver patterns across the quiet room, we leave behind these instruments of combat to contemplate the spaces where they would be employed, the grand amphitheaters that rose throughout the Roman world, architectural marvels designed specifically to showcase the gladiatorial games that had become central to Roman identity and entertainment. First light touches the curved rim of the Colosseum, its travertine limestone glowing golden against the deep blue of early morning. Dew clings to the massive blocks, catching the light like countless tiny stars as Rome still slumbers around. This architectural marvel, standing 75 feet tall, its elliptical form creates perfect harmony between function and beauty, between the practical needs of spectacle and the aesthetic demands of imperial grandeur. In the stillness before the city awakens, one can almost hear the ancient stones breathing, holding centuries of memory within their porous surfaces. The Flavian Amphitheatre, its proper name, though we know it better as the Colosseum, represents the pinnacle of Roman amphitheatre design, but it was far from the first or only such structure. Across the empire, from Britannia to North Africa, from Hispania to Syria, amphitheatres rose as physical embodiments of Roman cultural values and engineering prowess. Each was a statement in stone. Here is Rome, here is civilization, here we gather to witness the spectacles that define us. Imagine approaching such a structure as a visitor to Rome in the 2nd century CE. You would first notice its imposing exterior, typically adorned with decorative arches and columns following classical architectural orders, Doric on the ground level, Ionic on the second, Corinthian on the third. Statues might occupy niches between arches, marble against stone, adding to the visual richness of the facade. The structure would dominate the surrounding urban landscape, a physical manifestation of imperial power and cultural identity. Architecture, wrote Vitruvius, the great Roman architectural theorist, must satisfy 3 principles: firmitas, utilitas, venustas. Durability, utility, and beauty. The great amphitheatres embodied all 3, creating spaces that have survived millennia, functioned with remarkable efficiency, and still inspire awe with their aesthetic harmony. As the morning progresses, sunlight illuminating more of the structure, consider the engineering knowledge required to create such buildings. The Romans perfected the use of the arch, the vault, and the dome, architectural elements that distributed weight and allowed for unprecedented interior spaces. Concrete, that revolutionary Roman invention, made possible the curved forms of the amphitheatre, setting faster and stronger than anything known before. These technological innovations enabled the creation of entertainment venues on a scale never previously imagined. The Colosseum itself could hold approximately 50,000 spectators, arranged in seating sections, maniana, that reflected Rome's strict social hierarchy. Closest to the action sat the emperor in his special box, followed by senators in marble seats, then knights, wealthy citizens, ordinary Romans, and finally, at the top, women and the urban poor. This stratification of seating made the amphitheatre a physical model of Roman society itself, each person visible in their appropriate place, the social order reinforced through spatial arrangement. Midday sun now illuminates the entire structure, revealing the intricate systems that made these buildings functional. Beneath the arena floor, the actual fighting surface covered with sand, arena in Latin, giving us our word arena, lay a complex hypogeum, a two-level substructure of tunnels, chambers, and mechanical systems. This hidden world housed animals in cages, gladiators awaiting their contests, stagehands, and the complex machinery that could rapidly transform the arena, creating dramatic scene changes to delight the audience. The greatest marvels often lie hidden beneath what is visible, a Roman engineer might observe. While the crowd sees only the sand and those who fight upon it, beneath their feet exists another world of equal complexity. Imagine the hypogeum. During games, torchlit corridors filled with activity, the sounds of animals growling in their cages, gladiators performing final equipment checks, slaves operating the elevators and trapdoors that would allow for dramatic entrances. The scent of fear and anticipation would mingle with the earthier smells of confined animals and human sweat. This underworld made possible the smooth operation of the spectacles above, its careful design ensuring that the illusion of spontaneous entertainment was never broken. The afternoon brings the full heat of the Roman day, but spectators in the amphitheatre would have been protected by the velarium, an enormous retractable awning that could be extended over the seating areas to provide shade. Operated by sailors from the imperial fleet, experts in managing large pieces of fabric in wind, this remarkable feature demonstrates the Romans' attention to spectator comfort. Some amphitheatres even had systems for spraying scented water into the air to cool and refresh the audience during hot weather. Water management was a crucial aspect of amphitheatre design. Drainage systems carried away rainwater and the fluids that inevitably resulted from combat. Some venues, including the Colosseum, could be flooded intentionally to stage naval battles, naumachii, though this practice eventually fell out of favour as it damaged the wooden arena floor and the structures beneath it. The Romans' mastery of hydraulic engineering made these features possible, another example of practical knowledge applied to the purpose of entertainment. As the sun begins its descent, casting longer shadows across the amphitheatre's interior, consider the acoustic properties of these spaces, their elliptical shape, carefully calculated proportions, and strategic use of sound-reflecting materials created natural amplification. A word spoken at normal volume in the arena could be heard in the uppermost seats. This acoustic design allowed the crowd to hear the clash of weapons, the announcements of the game's editor, sponsor, and the fateful decisions regarding defeated gladiators' fates. Not all amphitheatres matched the Colosseum's grandeur. Provincial cities built what they could afford, sometimes using natural topography to reduce construction costs. Amphitheatres might be built into hillsides, using the natural slope to support seating areas. Smaller communities might construct wooden structures, more modest in scale but serving the same cultural function. What united these diverse venues was their purpose: to create a space where Roman identity could be performed and reinforced through shared spectacle. The evening light turns golden, casting a warm glow over the travertine exterior. Shadows lengthen in the arena as we contemplate how these spaces served multiple functions beyond gladiatorial combat. public executions, animal hunts, venationes, theatrical performances, religious ceremonies, the amphitheatre was a versatile venue for collective experience. It was, in many ways, the physical heart of Roman urban life, a place where citizens gathered not merely as spectators, but as participants in the cultural rituals that defined their civilization. The stones remember, a poet might whisper, as twilight deepens. They have absorbed the shouts of the crowd, the final breaths of the fallen, the thunderous applause that greeted victory. Nothing is lost to them. All moments coexist in their mineral memory. These buildings represented tremendous investments of resources, often funded by emperors or wealthy citizens seeking to enhance their prestige. The Colosseum itself was built, using spoils from the Jewish war, including the sack of Jerusalem in 70 CE, and employed thousands of Jewish prisoners as forced labor, a sobering reminder of the human cost behind these architectural wonders. Like many imperial monuments, its grandeur was partially built upon subjugation. Stars begin to appear above the open roof of the amphitheatre as night approaches. The structure stands silent now, its daily activities concluded. In ancient times, nighttime would have brought a different kind of activity. Slaves cleaning blood-soaked sand, repairing damage to the arena floor, preparing the venue for the next day's spectacles. The amphitheatre never truly slept. Like the empire itself, it required constant maintenance to preserve its imposing facade. As full night falls, the Colosseum stands silhouetted against the star-filled sky, its arches like black cutouts against the deeper darkness. We might reflect on how these structures have outlasted the empire that built them, surviving as stone witnesses to human ingenuity, cultural values, and the complex mixture of refinement and brutality that characterized Roman civilization. The key amphitheatres that once hosted gladiatorial combat now welcome tourists and archaeologists, their original purpose transformed but not forgotten. They stand as reminders of an empire's power and its eventual passing, of architectural brilliance and the darker aspects of human entertainment. In their endurance, they embody the paradox of Roman legacy, both inspiring and cautionary, both beautiful and terrible. Moonlight now bathes the ancient stones in silver, creating patterns of light and shadow across surfaces touched by countless hands over centuries. The amphitheatre rests in dignified silence, waiting for another dawn. Tomorrow we will follow a gladiator's journey from the ludus to this arena, experiencing the emotional and psychological reality of preparing for combat on the sand that has absorbed the blood of so many before. The stars still glimmer faintly in the pre-dawn sky as the first stirrings of activity begin within the gladiators' quarters. Oil lamps are lit, casting warm, flickering light across stone walls as men rise from sleep to face what may be their final day. There is a particular quality to this hour, a hushed expectancy, a liminal moment between the peaceful oblivion of sleep and the harsh reality of what is to come. For today, these men will fight in the arena, and this simple fact colors every action, every thought, every breath. Imagine waking on such a morning, your body simultaneously heavy with fatigue and vibrating with nervous energy. The familiar aches of training persist, calloused palms, muscles tender from yesterday's practice, perhaps the dull throb of an old injury that never quite healed. But there is something else too, an acute awareness of your own mortality, a heightened sensitivity to the simplest sensations. The rough texture of the woolen blanket against your skin, the cool morning air filling your lungs, the distant sounds of the city beginning to stir beyond the ludus walls. I have died many times before dawn, an older gladiator might tell a nervous novice preparing for his first combat. In my mind, I have experienced every possible ending, so that when I step onto the sand, death has no power to surprise me. The morning ritual begins with prayer. Many gladiators were deeply religious, understanding better than most the thin boundary between life and death. Some might pray to Nemesis, goddess of fate and divine retribution, whose shrines were common features in amphitheaters. Others might invoke Hercules for strength, Mars for courage, or any number of deities from the diverse pantheons represented in the gladiatorial barracks. Christianity, too, had its adherents among gladiators, though they worshipped more secretly, their faith technically forbidden but privately practiced. As early light strengthens, the communal meal is served, the cena libera, or free dinner, traditionally more lavish than everyday fare. Despite its name, this meal typically takes place in the morning before combat. Fresh bread, still warm from the ovens, fruits and vegetables, perhaps finer cuts of meat than usual, watered wine in moderate amounts, enough to calm nerves but not dull reflexes. The meal is eaten with a strange mixture of camaraderie and introspection, each man simultaneously present with his brothers in arms and alone with his thoughts. Eat well, advises the physician who moves among the gladiators, checking for any health issues that might affect performance. Your body will need its strength today, but not too much. A heavy stomach makes for slow movements. After the meal comes the preparation of the body. Gladiators bathe, removing the sweat and dust of the previous day's training. Some might have their hair cut or beards trimmed, others, their bodies, partially or fully shaved according to their fighting style and personal preference. Oils are applied to the skin, partly for appearance, as the gleaming musculature would catch the light dramatically in the arena, and partly practical, making it harder for opponents to maintain a grip in close combat. Imagine this moment of physical preparation, this careful attention to the body that may soon be broken. There is an intimacy to it, a tenderness at odds with the violence to come. Perhaps a prayer or charm is whispered as oil is smoothed over battle scars from previous encounters. Perhaps old injuries are given extra attention, wrapped or braced. To provide additional support, the body is both tool and temple, both weapon and vulnerability. The morning progresses, sunlight now streaming through high windows as gladiators begin to mentally prepare. Some sit quietly, eyes closed in meditation or visualization. Others pace like caged animals, nervous energy seeking release. Some engage in light stretching or practice weapon movements, their bodies remembering through repetition what their minds might forget in the heat of combat. Veterans might offer advice to less experienced fighters, sharing techniques or psychological strategies that have served them well. When you first hear the crowd, a scarred veteran tells a wide-eyed novice, "It will seem like the roar of an ocean. Don't fight against this wave, let it wash over you, through you." Eventually, you won't hear it at all. You'll hear only your own heartbeat, your own breath, the movement of your opponent. Everything else fades away. Midday approaches, and with it comes the pompa, the ceremonial parade that will open the games. Gladiators don their armor with the assistance of dressers, vestiatores. This is no hasty process, but a deliberate ritual. Each piece of equipment is checked, adjusted, secured. Straps are tested, blades examined for sharpness, shields for stability. As the external armor is applied, an internal transformation seems to take place, the man gradually becoming the gladiator, assuming not just equipment, but identity. The weight of the armor settles onto shoulders, around limbs, encasing the head. Physical sensation becomes immediately altered, vision restricted to what can be seen through the helmet's eye holes or facial grille, hearing muffled and distorted, the body's movement both protected and constrained. This sensory alteration contributes to the psychological transition, creating a barrier between the man's everyday self and his arena persona. The helmet is the final threshold, an instructor reminds his charges. When it closes around your head, leave fear behind. You enter a different world where different rules apply. As the hour of combat draws nearer, various personal rituals might be observed. Some gladiators carry talismans, small objects believed to bring luck or protection. A stone from a homeland stream, a lock of a loved one's hair, a small carving of a protective deity. These items might be kissed, held momentarily, or secured somewhere within the armor, where they won't interfere with movement but remain in contact with the body. Farewells are exchanged between those who will fight today and those who remain behind. These are not elaborate, perhaps just a clasped forearm, a nod of acknowledgement, a quiet word of encouragement. Yet they carry the weight of understanding that they might be final partings. The gladiatorial community lives constantly with this reality, this knowledge that each separation might be permanent. The early afternoon sun stands high as the gladiators assemble for the pompa, the grand procession that will introduce them to the crowd. They stand in formation, the distinctive silhouettes of different fighting styles creating a visually impressive tableau. Standard bearers take their positions. Musicians ready their instruments, the trumpets, horns and drums that will announce their entrance into the amphitheater. Remember who you are, the lanista tells his fighters as they prepare to depart the ludus. Remember what you have learned. Fight with skill and courage, and you will earn respect from the crowd, from your opponent, from yourself. That is the immortality available to us. As they begin their march toward the amphitheater, each step carries the gladiators closer to the moment of truth. The sounds of the awakened city surround them, merchants calling their wares, children playing, animals braying, the general bustle of urban life. Citizens stop to watch the procession, some calling encouragement to favorites they recognize from previous games. The gladiators maintain their dignity, their expressions hidden behind helmets, their humanity temporarily set aside, in favor of the roles they are about to play. The amphitheater comes into view, its massive structure dominating the urban landscape. The gladiators have seen it before, of course. Some have fought there previously, others have attended games as spectators during their training. Yet on this day, approaching as participants, the building seems to take on a different aspect. More imposing, more significant, almost alive with anticipation. They enter through the gladiator's gate, passing from sunlight into the relative darkness of the hypogeum beneath the arena. Here, in this underworld of torchlit corridors and chambers, final preparations take place. Weapons are distributed, real ones now, not the practice versions used in training. Their weight feels different, their balance more precise, their edges and points genuinely lethal. Reality sharpens along with these blades. The sounds of the gathering crowd filter down from above, a distant roar like approaching thunder or the surge of ocean waves against a cliff. The smell of sand, dust, and anticipation fills the air. Gladiators move through final stretches or stand in stillness, each finding his own center, his own mental state for what is to come. Time seems simultaneously stretched and compressed, minutes passing with excruciating slowness, yet the moment of combat approaching with inexorable speed. "Listen," says an old gladiator, who will not fight today, but has come to support his comrades. Listen to your training, listen to your instincts, but most importantly, listen to the space between heartbeats. That is where you will find your clearest decisions. As the afternoon progresses toward the moment when they will ascend to the arena, we leave these men in this liminal space, no longer merely men, but not yet the gladiatorial performers the crowd will soon cheer or condemn. They exist in potential, in preparation, in the quiet center of their own mortality. Gentle note to listeners. As we reach the midpoint of our journey through the world of Roman gladiators, allow yourself to rest in this moment of stillness before action. Like the fighters preparing for the arena, we all face moments that require us to gather our courage, to center ourselves before challenge. In that sacred space between preparation and performance, between intention and action, there is a profound peace available to us. The peace of being fully present to our own experience, whatever may come next. Let this awareness carry you toward deeper relaxation as our story continues. The underground holding area trembles slightly with the movement of thousands of feet above, the amphitheater filling with spectators, their collective anticipation creating an energy that seems to vibrate through the very stones. In the dimly lit chamber beneath the arena floor, gladiators make their final preparations. Some stand motionless, conserving energy and focus. Others move through subtle stretches, keeping muscles warm and ready. The air feels thick with unspoken emotion, fear transmuted into determination, anxiety into alertness, the human instinct for survival channeled into the disciplined readiness to face death with dignity. Trumpets sound above, their brassy notes, penetrating the underground chambers, the signal that the games are about to begin. The editor of the games, often a high-ranking politician or the emperor himself, will make his entrance to the crowd's acclaim. Then will come the pompa, the formal procession of all who will participate in the day's events. The gladiators form, their lines arranged by ludus and fighting style, creating a visually striking procession that will soon emerge into the sunlight. Stand tall, instructs the lanista, moving along the formation. You enter not as slaves or criminals, but as gladiators. Whatever you were before, today you are the embodiment of Roman virtues, courage, strength, skill. Show this in every movement. Imagine the sensory shift as the gates open and the procession begins its movement up the ramp toward daylight. The relative cool of the hypogeum gives way to the heat of the afternoon. Dim torchlight is replaced by brilliant sunshine that reflects off sand and stone. The muffled sounds of the crowd suddenly become clear and overwhelming. Thousands of voices creating a wall of sound that washes over the gladiators as they emerge onto the arena floor. The sand feels different beneath their feet than the packed earth of the training ground, deliberately spread to provide stable footing and to absorb blood. The vastness of the amphitheater reveals itself. Tier upon tier of spectators rising in a great oval, the sheer scale of humanity present both overwhelming and energizing. The velarium casts dappled shade over the seating areas, but the arena floor remains exposed to the full strength of the sun, its light harsh and revealing. Av, Caesar, morituri te salutant. Hail, Caesar, those who are about to die salute you. This famous phrase, though not used at every gladiatorial event, captures the solemn acknowledgement of mortality that underscored these spectacles. The gladiators salute the editor of the games, their weapons raised in formal recognition of his authority over the proceedings, and by extension, over their fates. The pompa circles the arena in a choreographed display that allows spectators to assess the day's combatants. Veterans receive cheers of recognition from those who have seen them fight before. New faces are evaluated based on their physical presence, their fighting style, the ludus they represent. Wagers are already being placed throughout the crowd on who will win individual matches, who will perform most impressively, who will live or die. The gladiators maintain dignified expressions, revealing nothing of their inner thoughts as they complete this ritual introduction. The crowd is like a single creature with thousands of heads, an experienced gladiator once observed. Learn to feel its mood, its desires, its judgments. It can be your ally or your enemy, regardless of who stands before you with a sword. As the procession concludes, gladiators return to the holding areas while the first events of the day proceed. Perhaps executions of condemned criminals, animal hunts, or novelty performances. This waiting period can be the most challenging psychologically. The mind may race with possibilities, with fears, with strategies rehearsed and reconsidered. Some find focus through quiet meditation, others through whispered prayers, still others through conversation with fellow gladiators, anything to channel nervous energy into productive readiness. The sounds from above provide clues to what is happening. The crowd's reactions shift from anticipation to excitement, from appreciation to disappointment, from respectful silence to thunderous applause. Each gladiator listens with the knowledge that soon those reactions will be directed at him, that his skill and courage will soon be evaluated by the collective judgment of Rome. Midday passes, the quality of light changing subtly as the sun begins its gradual descent toward the western horizon. The sand of the arena is raked and refreshed between events, bloodstains covered with fresh layers, disturbances in the surface smoothed away. Each new combat begins on a surface that appears pristine, though beneath that thin covering lies the evidence of what came before. Finally, the moment arrives. Names are called, pairs of gladiators are matched according to fighting styles that will create interesting tactical challenges and visual spectacle. A retiarius against a secutor, a thraex against a mamilo, a provocator against another of his kind. The combinations are chosen for balance and dramatic potential, creating contests where victory could reasonably go to either fighter. Remember your training, the doctor says, as he makes a final check of each gladiator's physical condition before they ascend to the arena. Fight with your mind as much as your body, and may fortune favor you today. Imagine the climb up the ramp toward the arena floor. Armor growing heavier with each step, weapons seeming to pulse with potential energy. The roar of the crowd grows louder, though individual voices merge into an indistinguishable wave of sound. Sunlight becomes blinding after the dimness below. And then the sand is once again underfoot, but differently now, not as part of a ceremonial procession, but as the ground upon which life and death will be determined. The referee, the summa rudis, reviews the rules with the combatants. Though gladiatorial combat was dangerous by design, it was not chaotic. Specific regulations governed what techniques were permitted between different fighting styles, what constituted a valid victory, how a defeated gladiator could request mercy. These rules were not primarily humanitarian, but practical. They ensured that combat would be skillful and entertaining rather than brutally short or confusingly undecided. Begin! The signal is given, and the match is underway. The crowd's roar intensifies as the gladiators begin their deadly dance, circling, testing defenses, looking for openings. The initial exchanges are often cautious, probing attacks designed to assess the opponent's speed, strength, and tactical approach. These professionals know that impulsive aggression is as dangerous as excessive caution. The ideal lies in calculated risk-taking based on careful observation. The psychological aspects of combat now come fully into play. Each gladiator attempts to read his opponent's intentions while concealing his own, to identify patterns that might be exploited, to recognize feints versus genuine attacks. Experience becomes a decisive factor. The veteran's ability to remain calm under pressure, to conserve energy, to recognize the subtle tells that precede specific movements. He favors his left side, thinks one fighter, noting how his opponent consistently protects that area with his shield. An old injury, perhaps, something to test when the moment is right. The physical demands intensify as the combat continues. The weight of armor, initially manageable, becomes increasingly burdensome. Breathing grows labored within the confines of the helmet. Sweat stings the eyes and makes the grip on weapons precarious. The sand, at first solid underfoot, becomes treacherous as it is disturbed by movement, creating unexpected shifts in footing that must be constantly accommodated. The crowd's reactions become part of the combat psychology. A particularly skillful attack draws appreciative applause. A narrow escape from danger elicits gasps. A display of exceptional courage or endurance might earn a chant of the gladiator's fighting name. Experienced fighters use these reactions to pace themselves, to gauge the impression they're creating, to build the narrative that might ultimately save their lives if defeated. The crowd remembers courage more than victory. Veterans often advised, fight with honor, and they may spare you even in defeat. Show fear or hesitation, and they may condemn you even if you win. Blood appears on the sand, bright crimson against yellow-white. The first wound has been struck, a minor one perhaps, but significant psychologically. The wounded fighter must now contend not only with his opponent, but with the physical reality of injury, the pain, the potential limitation of movement, the visual evidence of vulnerability. His opponent, conversely, gains confidence, sensing advantage, perhaps becoming more aggressive in pursuit of decisive victory. The tactical complexity of gladiatorial combat becomes evident as the match progresses. It is not mere brute force, but a sophisticated negotiation of distance, timing, leverage, and psychology. The retiarius attempts to maintain space for his net and trident, while the circuitus seeks to close that distance quickly. The Murmillo uses his large shield to pressure his opponent, while the Thraex looks to exploit gaps with his curved blade. Each fighting style has strengths and vulnerabilities that create a dynamic chess match played at the speed of instinct. Now, thinks a gladiator, recognizing a momentary opening in his opponent's defense, his body responds without conscious thought, muscle memory executing a complex sequence of movements honed through thousands of practice repetitions. A feint to draw the shield out of position, a step to create the proper angle, a thrust aimed at the exposed area. A significant wound is delivered. The injured gladiator staggers but does not fall, his training allowing him to create distance, to reset his posture, to continue despite pain and blood loss. The crowd's excitement peaks. At this dramatic turn, the contest has reached its critical phase where skill and courage face their ultimate test. For the wounded gladiator, the world narrows to immediate concerns, maintaining consciousness, protecting the injured area, finding a counter-strategy that might reverse his deteriorating position. For his opponent, a different challenge emerges, balancing the pursuit of victory against the risk of overconfidence, maintaining tactical discipline when the natural impulse is to rush toward conclusion. Finally, a decisive moment arrives. The wounded gladiator, weakened by blood loss and fatigue, makes a desperate attack that leaves him vulnerable. His opponent exploits this opening with the efficiency of a trained professional. A shield bash disrupts balance, a foot sweep takes the legs. The wounded gladiator falls heavily onto the sand, his weapon dislodged from his grip, his opponent standing over him with blade poised for the killing stroke. This is the moment of Misha, the request for mercy. The defeated gladiator raises his index finger, ad digitum, the conventional signal of submission. Now the complex social contract of the arena comes into play. The victor does not immediately kill his opponent, but looks to the editor of the games, who in turn gauges the crowd's reaction. Has the defeated man fought well enough, shown enough skill and courage to earn continued life? The crowd signals its judgment with gestures, thumbs up or down, though scholars debate which direction indicated mercy versus death. He fought with honor. Someone calls from the crowd, "Let him live to fight another day." Others join this sentiment, impressed by the defeated gladiator's courage in continuing despite his wounds. The editor nods his assent. The victor steps back, removing his blade from the killing position. Attendants enter the arena to help the wounded man to his feet and escort him to the physicians who will immediately begin treating his injuries. Not all contests ended in death. In fact, skilled gladiators might have long careers, spanning many combats. The Romans appreciated expertise too much to casually discard it. A gladiator who fought well but lost might be granted the missio multiple times, building a reputation for courage that made him valuable to the game's producers and popular with audiences. Death was always possible, but it was not the inevitable outcome that modern imagination often assumes. The victorious gladiator acknowledges the crowd's acclaim, raising his weapon in salute, his expression remaining dignified rather than triumphant. There is respect in this moment for his defeated opponent, for the skill they both demonstrated, for the thin margin that separated victory from defeat. He knows that in future contests, their positions might easily be reversed. As the afternoon progresses toward evening, more pairs of gladiators take their turn on the sand. Each contest has its own character, its own drama, its own resolution. Some end in decisive victory, others in closely matched displays of skill that leave the audience marveling at both competitors. Some wounded gladiators receive the missio, others face death, their final moments witnessed by thousands, their courage or cowardice eternally judged. The shadows lengthen across the arena floor as the day's final contests conclude. The sand, repeatedly raked and refreshed throughout the afternoon, nevertheless bears the evidence of what has transpired. Darker patches where blood soaked through, disturbed areas where men fought for their lives. Tomorrow, it will be replaced, entirely fresh and clean, for the next day's games, the cycle beginning anew. As twilight approaches, the surviving gladiators return to their quarters, some jubilant in victory, others grateful for the mercy that allowed them to survive defeat, all physically exhausted and emotionally drained from the intensity of their experience. They will eat, receive medical attention for their wounds, and eventually sleep, their dreams filled with the roaring crowd, the glare of sun on sand, the weight of weapons in their hands, and the knowledge that they have faced death and, for today at least, emerged on the side of life. The evening lamp burns low in the gladiators' quarters, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Outside, the sounds of the city have dimmed to a gentle murmur as Rome settles into night. Within these walls, seasoned fighters gather around. A novice who has just survived his first arena combat. His arm is bandaged where an opponent's blade found its mark, but he lives, granted the missio after fighting with unexpected courage. The veterans have welcomed him differently now, no longer just a trainee, but a brother who has shared their most profound experience. "You have joined a lineage," says one grizzled fighter, his face mapped with scars from countless encounters. "Your name now follows those who defined our profession, Flamma, Carpophorus, Priscus, and Verus. Their shadows move with us on the sand, their stories live in our memories. In every profession, there are legends, those whose exceptional skill, courage, or circumstances elevate them from practitioners to symbols. Gladiators were no exception. Despite their legally marginalized status, the greatest among them achieved fame that transcended class boundaries, their names recognized throughout the empire, their exploits commemorated in art, graffiti, and oral tradition. These legends served as inspiration and aspiration for those who followed, their stories passed down within the gladiatorial community like precious inheritance. Imagine the flickering lamplight illuminating the scarred faces of these men as they share tales of those who walked the sand before them. The night deepens around them, but in their words, another time comes alive. The golden age of the arena, when the greatest gladiators became household names throughout the Roman world. Flamma, begins the oldest gladiator, was a Syrian who fought as a secutor. 34 times he entered the arena. 21 victories he claimed. 9 times he fought to a draw. Only 4 times was he defeated, and each time he was granted the missio for his exceptional skill. 4 times he was offered the rudis, the wooden sword of freedom, and 4 times he declined it, preferring the glory of the arena to the anonymity of freedom. The young gladiator listens intently, his pain momentarily forgotten as he absorbs this history of his newly joined profession. The veterans continue their storytelling, each adding details, sometimes disagreeing on specifics, collectively weaving the rich tapestry of gladiatorial lore. Spiculus, they tell him, was so favored by Emperor Nero that he was gifted with palaces and estates, a gladiator living with the wealth of a patrician. When Nero faced his final downfall, it was Spiculus he called upon to deliver a merciful death, though fate prevented this final service. And there was Carpophorus, adds another voice, not technically a gladiator but a bestiarius, a fighter of animals. His strength and courage were so extraordinary that he once killed 20 wild beasts in a single day in the arena. Bears, lions, and leopards fell to his spear. The poet Martial compared him to Hercules himself, claiming Carpophorus' labors outshone even those of the demigod. The midnight oil burns lower, shadows deepening in corners as the veterans speak of Marcus Attilius, a free-born Roman who chose the gladiatorial path voluntarily, a Tiro, novice, who defeated the champion Hilarus, owned by Nero's general, Lucius Fonteius, and then defeated another champion in his second match. His meteoric rise became the stuff of legend, proof that extraordinary skill could manifest without years of traditional progression. But perhaps the most famous contest, says the grizzled veteran, leaning forward so the lamplight catches the deep scar running from his temple to jaw, was between Priscus and Verus during the inauguration of the Flavian Amphitheatre, what the people now call the Colosseum. The room grows quieter, even the most restless fighters settling to hear this most beloved tale. It is their profession's highest moment, commemorated by the poet Martial, when gladiatorial combat transcended mere violence to become something approaching art. They were perfectly matched, Priscus and Verus, the storyteller continues. 4 hours they fought with skill and courage, neither gaining decisive advantage. They battled until both were exhausted, until traditional victory seemed impossible for either man. The crowd marveled at their endurance, their technical mastery, their refusal to yield. Finally, Emperor Titus himself intervened, sending both men the rudis, the wooden sword signifying honorable discharge and freedom. They left the arena not as victor and vanquished, but as equals in glory, both having earned their liberty through exceptional skill. The young gladiator's eyes widen at this. Both were freed. Neither had to die. Not all contests end in death, the veteran explains. The greatest gladiators might fight many times over many years. Some earned enough to purchase their freedom. Others, like Flammer, chose to remain gladiators despite opportunities for freedom, preferring fame and the life they knew to uncertain liberty. As the night deepens toward dawn, the veterans speak of other legends, some celebrated in imperial records, others known only within gladiatorial circles. They tell of female gladiators who defied convention to fight with the same skill and courage as men, their very existence a challenge to Roman gender norms. Amazon and Achillea, whose contest was commemorated on a relief from Halicarnassus. Mevia, who hunted beasts in the arena with a spear, scandalizing the moralistic Juvenal. Even emperors sought our glory, says one fighter, his voice lowering, though there are no imperial spies in their simple quarters. Commodus fought as a secutor, though his contests were carefully arranged to ensure his victory. He claimed to be following in the footsteps of Hercules, but no true gladiator respected his pretensions. Our honor is earned through genuine risk, not theatrical performances. The conversation turns to the physical evidence of these legends, the graffiti found throughout Roman cities where admirers scratched the names and deeds of favorite gladiators into plaster walls. Celadus, the Thracian, makes the girls sigh, reads one famous example from Pompeii. Another proclaims, Crescens, the net fighter, holds the hearts of all the girls. These casual inscriptions reveal how deeply gladiatorial combat penetrated Roman popular culture, how fighters could become celebrities whose fame extended far beyond the arena. There were those who fought with exceptional style, continues another veteran, this one missing an ear from some long-ago combat. Triumphus, who would perform elaborate victory dances after defeating his opponents. Pugnax, who fought with such controlled aggression that he seemed to be everywhere at once. Each developed their distinctive approach, their signature movements that the crowd would anticipate and cheer. Archaeological evidence supports these tales of gladiatorial fame. Lamps, figurines, and mosaics depicting famous fighters have been found throughout the former Roman Empire. Drinking cups were engraved with their names and fighting records. Children played with gladiator dolls with movable limbs. The greatest fighters transcended their legal status to become cultural icons, their exploits followed by citizens of all classes. Some achieved fame through sheer longevity, says a fighter with greying hair, his body bearing the accumulated scars of decades in the profession. Asteropaeus fought for over 18 years, an almost unimaginable career. His experience made him nearly unbeatable in his later years. He knew every trick, every strategy, could read an opponent's intentions from the subtlest tells. The young gladiator listens in wonder, his own recent experience in the arena giving him newfound appreciation for the extraordinary achievements these legends represent. Each victory they claimed, each time they survived defeat, required the same courage and skill he had just discovered within himself. But remember, cautions the oldest veteran, his voice growing serious, for every Flammer or Spiculus whose name we remember, thousands died anonymously. The legends are few, most lived and died without their names being preserved in poems or inscribed on monuments. Their courage was no less real, their suffering no less profound, their humanity no less complete. This somber reflection hangs in the air as the first light of dawn begins to filter through the high windows of their quarters. The lamp has burned out, but morning illumination gradually replaces its artificial glow. A new day begins. Training will resume. Wounds will be tended life will continue its forward movement. For we fight not just for ourselves, concludes the grizzled veteran, rising stiffly to his feet as the call for morning exercises sounds, but for those who came before, whose excellence defined our profession. When you step onto the sand again, you carry their legacy with you. Fight with honor, fight with skill, and perhaps someday other young gladiators will hear your name among the legends of the arena. The gathering disperses, each man returning to his pallet or moving toward the training yard. The young gladiator remains seated a moment longer, his bandaged arm throbbing but his mind alive with the stories he has heard. He has survived his first combat, taken his first step on a path walked by the legendary figures whose tales filled the night. Tomorrow or the next day or at the next games, he will enter the arena again, no longer entirely a novice, now part of an ancient tradition that spans centuries. Outside, Rome awakens to another day. The eternal city stirs to life, merchants opening their shops, priests preparing morning sacrifices, senators making their way to the forum. None of them know the names or faces of most who will fight in the next games, yet all participate in the cultural system that creates both the spectacle and its performers. The legends of the arena reflect Rome itself, its values, its contradictions, its ability to simultaneously elevate and diminish the human beings caught within its complex social machinery. The morning mist hangs low over the practice yard of the ludus, shrouding the figures who move through their training exercises with mechanical precision. Among them walks an older gladiator, his fighting days behind him, now serving as a doctor and instructor who guides newer fighters in both the physical and mental aspects of their dangerous profession. He pauses beside a young man struggling with a particular sword movement, frustration evident in his tense shoulders and clenched jaw. "Your body is not your enemy," the doctor says quietly, adjusting the young man's grip on the practice sword. "Nor is it your entire self. Between the movement of your hand and the thought that directs it lies the true battleground, the space where combat is won or lost before blade ever touches flesh." The psychology of the gladiator, the warrior's mind that enabled survival in the arena, represents one of the most fascinating and least understood aspects of this ancient profession. How did these men, and occasional women, prepare themselves mentally for mortal combat? What psychological techniques allowed them to function under extreme pressure, to face death repeatedly, to maintain technical precision while fighting for their lives before thousands of spectators? Imagine the quiet moments of dawn when a gladiator might sit alone on his sleeping pallet, eyes closed, breath measured and deliberate. In these solitary periods of reflection, the mental foundation for survival was established through practices that, while not named with modern psychological terminology, nonetheless represented sophisticated approaches to performance under pressure. First, there is acceptance, the old doctor explains to a circle of novices, their fresh faces not yet marked by the scars that would eventually map their experiences. You must accept the reality of your situation completely, not with resignation or despair, but with clear-eyed recognition. You are a gladiator. You will face death. This is not something to fear or deny, but to acknowledge as the fundamental condition of your existence. This radical acceptance in this embracing of mortality as a constant companion rather than a distant threat created the psychological foundation upon which gladiatorial courage was built. Unlike soldiers who might hope to survive battle through victory, or civilians who could normally expect to live long lives barring misfortune, gladiators incorporated the certainty of risk into their basic identity. This internalization of mortality paradoxically freed them from the paralysis of fear that threatens those who cannot face their own impermanence. Next comes preparation, continues the doctor, now demonstrating a defensive movement that seems deceptively simple, yet requires perfect timing. Not just of the body, but of the mind. Before you sleep each night, envision tomorrow's training or combat in complete detail. See yourself executing each movement perfectly. Imagine various challenges and your successful responses to them. The mind does not always distinguish between vivid imagination and actual experience. Use this to create memories of success before the actual test arrives. This practice, which modern sports psychologists would recognize as visualization or mental rehearsal, allowed gladiators to program their responses to combat situations. By repeatedly imagining successful performance, they created neural pathways that could be accessed under pressure when conscious thought might be too slow, or emotion too overwhelming for deliberate decision-making. The morning progresses, sunlight burning away the mist as training intensifies. The doctor moves among his charges, occasionally demonstrating techniques, but more often offering philosophical guidance disguised as practical advice. The breath is your anchor, he tells a fighter who has become flustered after being disarmed by a training partner. When emotion threatens to overwhelm you, whether fear, anger, or even triumph, return to your breath. Feel it entering your body, filling your lungs, leaving again. 3 conscious breaths can restore clarity when chaos surrounds you. This emphasis on breath control, recognized in modern stress management techniques and meditation practices, served multiple functions for the gladiator. Physiologically, it helped regulate the autonomic nervous system, countering the fight or flight response that might otherwise lead to muscular tension, restricted vision, or impaired decision-making. Psychologically, it provided a focal point for attention, preventing the mind from becoming overwhelmed by external stimuli or internal fears. Midday approaches, the sun now high overhead, as gladiators continue their relentless training. Physical exhaustion begins to show in slowed movements and labored breathing, yet the doctor pushes them further, not from cruelty, but from the knowledge that mental discipline must function even when the body approaches its limits. Discomfort is information, not an emergency, he tells them as they hold shield positions long past the point of muscle fatigue. Observe the burning in your muscles, the strain in your shoulders, the desire to release the position, but do not immediately react to these sensations. Create a space between feeling and response where choice exists. This development of what modern mindfulness practitioners might call the observing self, the capacity to notice sensations, emotions, and thoughts without being completely identified with them, allowed gladiators to maintain tactical awareness even under extreme physical stress. Pain became data rather than distraction. Fear became energy rather than impediment. The afternoon brings paired practice, fighters facing each other with padded weapons that approximate the weight and balance of their arena counterparts without the lethal edges. The doctor circulates, offering technical corrections but also monitoring the psychological dynamics between training partners. Notice how your mind creates stories about your opponent, he advises after separating 2 novices, whose practice bout had become unnecessarily aggressive. You decide he disrespects you or intends to humiliate you or deserves punishment, and suddenly you are fighting this story rather than the actual person before you. Combat requires clarity, not narrative. This recognition of the mind's tendency to construct interpretations and then react to them as if they were objective reality represents a sophisticated metacognitive awareness. By learning to identify and set aside these subjective narratives, gladiators could respond to the actual tactical situation rather than to emotionally charged projections that might cloud judgment or waste energy. As training continues into the late afternoon, the doctor gathers his fighters for a demonstration of a particular psychological technique used during actual combat. When you face an opponent in the arena, your vision must operate on multiple levels simultaneously, he explains, positioning himself against a training partner. The narrow focus sees specific targets and openings, his exposed throat, the angle of his shield, the placement of his feet. The broad awareness perceives the entire situation, the distance between you, the condition of the sand, the position of the sun. Both are necessary, neither is sufficient alone. This dual attention state, combining focused concentration with peripheral awareness, allowed gladiators to maintain tactical precision without losing contextual information that might prove crucial. Modern psychology recognizes this as a form of optimized attentional control, where resources are allocated efficiently between central and peripheral awareness according to changing demands. The sun begins its descent toward the horizon, training, gradually winding down as fighters move to equipment maintenance, medical attention, or evening meals. The Doctor sits with a small group of more experienced gladiators discussing the psychological dimensions of their recent arena appearances. When the crowd roars, says one fighter, I no longer hear individual voices or words. It becomes like the sound of the sea, constant but not distracting. Is this what you meant by finding stillness within chaos? The Doctor nods, pleased by this evidence of developing mental mastery. The external remains external. You acknowledge it, but are not controlled by it. This is the space of true performance, where your training expresses itself without interference from either the crowd's judgment or your own internal critic. This capacity to maintain focus amid distraction, to create a psychological space where performance can unfold optimally regardless of external circumstances, represented a pinnacle of mental training. Whether called flow state by modern psychologists or simply fighting mind by ancient gladiators, this condition of absorbed attention combined with relaxed execution allowed for access to full capability even under life-threatening conditions. Evening approaches, the training yard now empty as gladiators disperse to their various activities. The Doctor remains, practicing his own forms with the fluid precision that comes from decades of experience. A novice watches from the shadows, gathering courage to approach with a question that has troubled him since his arrival at the Ludus. How do you prepare for the possibility of death? The young man finally asks. Not the opponent's, but your own. The Doctor completes his movement sequence before turning to face the questioner. The fading light accentuates the network of scars across his features, physical evidence of narrow escapes from mortality. You must die before you enter the arena, he says, his voice gentle despite the stark words. Not the body, of course, but the attachment to continuation at any cost. Accept that this day may be your last. Truly accept it, not as a fearful possibility, but as a simple fact. Once you have released the desperate clinging to tomorrow, you are free to be fully present today. Paradoxically, this acceptance often improves your chances of survival by removing the tension and hesitation that fear creates. This philosophical approach, similar to concepts found in Stoicism and various warrior traditions throughout history, provided a psychological framework for facing mortality without becoming paralyzed by its implications. By mentally processing and accepting the worst possible outcome in advance, gladiators could perform without the hesitation or desperation that might otherwise compromise their effectiveness. Darkness falls completely, stars appearing overhead as torches are lit around the Ludus perimeter. The Doctor concludes his conversation with the novice, offering a final observation as they walk toward the sleeping quarters. Remember that the mind is like water, he says, gesturing toward a small fountain in the courtyard where moonlight plays across the rippling surface. When agitated, it reflects nothing clearly and can make no accurate distinctions. When calm, it perfectly mirrors reality and allows for appropriate response. Your training is not merely to strengthen the body or improve technique, but to cultivate a mind that remains undisturbed even when facing its greatest challenges. This aquatic metaphor captures the essence of the gladiator's psychological training, the development of mental clarity and emotional stability that could be maintained even under extreme circumstances. Through disciplined practice, these warriors of the arena cultivated not just physical skills, but internal resources that allowed them to perform at the edge of human capability while facing the ultimate stakes. As the ludus settles into night's quietude, we might reflect on how these ancient psychological approaches parallel modern understanding of performance psychology, stress management, and mindfulness practice. The gladiators, operating within their historical context and terminology, nonetheless developed sophisticated techniques for optimizing human functioning under pressure, techniques that allowed them not just to survive, but sometimes to transcend the brutal conditions of their profession. The stars wheel slowly overhead, the same stars that watch generations of gladiators prepare their bodies and minds for the ultimate test. In the quiet darkness, the training continues even in sleep, as dreams rehearse tomorrow's challenges and the unconscious mind processes today's lessons. The warrior's mind, like the blade it directs, is sharpened through constant, patient attention, stroke by stroke, breath by breath, heartbeat by heartbeat. The autumn sunlight slants at a lower angle now, casting longer shadows across the Colosseum's weathered stones. It is the late 4th century CE, and though gladiatorial combat continues throughout the Roman Empire, subtle changes have begun to reshape the institution that once stood at the center of Roman entertainment and identity. Like the lengthening shadows of late afternoon, the gradual transformation is barely perceptible to those living through it, yet viewed from historical distance, the coming twilight of the games becomes unmistakable. Imagine standing in the Colosseum. During this period, the structure itself, now over 3 centuries old, its travertine surfaces bearing the patina of age and use. The games proceed with familiar pageantry, the procession of fighters, the roar of the crowd, the clash of weapons on the sand. Yet subtle differences might be noticed by someone who had witnessed the spectacles in their golden age. Perhaps the crowd is somewhat smaller, the production values slightly diminished, the cultural centrality of the event incrementally reduced. The games change as Rome changes, observes an aging lanista to his son, who has recently taken over management of their family's ludus. When I was your age, a munus could make or break a politician's career. Emperors measured their popularity by the crowd's reaction in the amphitheater. Now, other concerns begin to occupy Rome's attention. The decline of gladiatorial combat was not a single event, but a gradual process influenced by multiple interconnected factors: economic, philosophical, religious, and political. Like many cultural institutions, the games did not disappear in a moment of dramatic abolition, but slowly faded through decreasing relevance, changing values, and practical challenges. The morning mist lifts from the forum, revealing a city in transition. Christianity, once a persecuted minority religion, has gained significant influence following Emperor Constantine's Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which legalized Christian worship. Though Constantine himself maintained traditional Roman spectacles, including gladiatorial combat, the growing influence of Christian ethics, with their emphasis on mercy and their opposition to blood sports, began to create cultural counter-pressure. Against the games, they worship a god who allowed himself to be executed rather than fight back, explains a puzzled gladiator to his comrades, trying to understand the religion that is increasingly visible in Roman society. They speak of turning the other cheek rather than seeking vengeance. How can such beliefs coexist with the values of the arena? Indeed, Christian writers like Tertullian and Augustine explicitly condemned the gladiatorial games as morally corrupting spectacles incompatible with Christian values. Their opposition was not merely theoretical but practical. Christians were forbidden to attend such events, gradually reducing the audience base as conversions spread throughout the empire. This ethical critique represented a fundamental challenge to the cultural assumptions that had sustained gladiatorial combat for centuries. The midday sun illuminates another factor in the game's decline: economic pressure. The later Roman Empire faced increasing financial strain from multiple sources: military costs to defend extended borders, inflation that undermined currency value, and decreased tax revenue from provinces suffering economic contraction. Gladiatorial games represented enormous expense, training and maintaining fighters, importing exotic animals, producing elaborate spectacles, costs that became increasingly difficult to justify in an era of economic uncertainty. The price of a single day's games could feed 1,000 families for a year, notes a city official reviewing municipal budgets. Once, such expenditure seemed essential to public morale and political stability. Now, with bread shortages and military threats, priorities shift. Emperor Constantine, while not abolishing gladiatorial combat, did issue a decree in 325 CE that criminals should be sent to work in mines rather than trained as gladiators, a practical economic decision that reduced the supply of one traditional source of arena fighters. This exemplifies how practical considerations often drove changes that moral arguments alone might not have achieved. The afternoon progresses, shadows lengthening as we consider another element in the transformation: changing philosophical currents within Roman society itself. Even before Christianity's rise, Stoic and Neoplatonic philosophers had questioned the moral value of gladiatorial spectacles. Seneca the Younger wrote critically of the game's effect on spectators. "Nothing is so damaging to good character as the habit of lounging at the games, for then, through the medium of enjoyment, vices steal into one more easily." These philosophical critiques from within traditional Roman intellectual traditions created space for questioning practices that had once seemed central to Roman identity. As educational emphases shifted and new philosophical schools gained influence, the unquestioned acceptance of gladiatorial combat as a social good began to erode among the educated elite who sponsored the games. "My grandfather commissioned games to honor his father's memory," says a patrician to his friends as they discuss family traditions. "My father did the same when grandfather died, but I find myself considering other forms of memorial, perhaps a public fountain or endowment of a school. Something that creates rather than destroys." The sun begins its descent toward the horizon, its golden light now tinged with the red of approaching sunset. In 399 CE, the Christian emperor Honorius closes the gladiator schools, effectively ending the professional training system that had produced skilled fighters for centuries. Without the ludi to create new gladiators, the quality of combat would inevitably decline, accelerating the game's loss of cultural prestige. This official action followed a significant symbolic event in 404 CE, when a Christian monk named Telemachus leapt into the arena during games sponsored by Emperor Honorius, attempting to separate the combatants while denouncing the spectacle as sinful. The crowd, enraged by this interruption of their entertainment, stoned him to death. Horrified by this outcome, Honorius issued edicts further restricting gladiatorial combat, though not abolishing it entirely. The monk's death accomplished what his life could not, observes a senator who witnessed the event. He made visible the contradiction between new values taking root in Rome and old traditions we have followed without question. The twilight deepens, shadows merging into the general dimness of approaching evening. The gladiatorial games never received a formal empire-wide abolition. Instead, They gradually faded through decreasing frequency, diminishing scale, and reduced cultural significance. In some regions, they continued in modified form, with reduced violence or symbolic combat, while in others, they were replaced by chariot racing, theatrical performances, or other entertainments that better aligned with changing sensibilities and economic realities. By the 6th century BCE, true gladiatorial combat had essentially disappeared from the Roman world, though other forms of public spectacle continued. The amphitheatres remained, massive stone structures too substantial to demolish, but their purpose shifted. Some became fortresses during unstable periods, others served as housing or markets. The Colosseum itself was eventually repurposed as a Christian shrine honoring the martyrs believed to have died there during persecutions. Stones outlast the purposes for which they were raised, muses an old man who remembers the games of his youth as he walks through an amphitheatre now, used for religious processions. They stand silent, waiting for new meanings to be assigned to their spaces. The stars appear overhead as night falls completely, the same stars that look down on the arena in its days of blood and glory. What remains of the gladiatorial tradition in this twilight period? Physical artifacts, mosaics depicting famous fighters, graffiti commemorating victories, grave markers identifying the deceased by their gladiatorial type and record, but also less tangible legacies, linguistic expressions derived from arena terminology, cultural references in literature and art, mythologized narratives of courage and skill that transcended the brutal reality of the institution itself. See, decline of gladiatorial combat reveals how even seemingly essential cultural institutions can gradually transform when underlying values shift, economic realities change, and new ideological frameworks gain influence. The process was not simple or linear. Resistance to change existed alongside forces promoting transformation, creating a complex historical trajectory that defies simplistic narratives of progress or decline. As night fully embraces the ancient city, we might reflect on how the twilight of the games represented not merely the end of a particular entertainment form, but a broader transition in how Roman society understood itself, its values, and its relationship to violence as spectacle. The arena that had once served as a physical and symbolic center for Roman identity gradually moved to the periphery, its cultural power diminishing as new centers of meaning emerged. The darkness is complete now, the amphitheater, a massive silhouette against the star-filled sky. The gladiators who once fought on its sands have long since passed into memory, their individual stories mostly lost to history, though their collective experience continues to fascinate and horrify modern imagination. They embodied values that their civilization once celebrated without question: courage, disciplined violence, spectacular death, values that gradually lost their central position as Rome itself changed beyond recognition. In the quiet night, as the ancient stones stand sentinel over a transformed world, we can almost hear the echoes of that transition, the fading roar of the crowd, the diminishing clash of weapons, the rising voices of new cultural forces that would reshape the world that emerged from Rome's long transformation. The twilight of the games marked not an ending, but a transition, one chapter in the continuous story of how human societies redefine themselves, their values, and their relationship to the spectacle of violence. Morning light filters through the high windows of a museum gallery, illuminating glass cases that contain artifacts from a world long vanished. A bronze helmet, its surface patinated with age, sits on a custom stand, empty eye holes gazing at visitors who pause to examine it. Nearby rests a curved dagger, a seeker typical of the Thracian fighting style, its blade still bearing traces of ancient sharpening. A mosaic fragment shows two figures locked in eternal combat, their postures conveying both violence and artistry across the gulf of centuries. These silent objects represent the physical remnants of the gladiatorial tradition, tangible connections to an institution that once stood at the center of Roman entertainment and identity. Yet the legacy of the gladiator extends far beyond these material artifacts, resonating through our collective imagination, our popular culture, our understanding of spectacle and performance, and even our ethical conversations about violence as entertainment. We are never truly done with our past, a museum curator might observe, while arranging a new exhibition on gladiatorial combat. It lives within us, sometimes recognized, sometimes forgotten, but always shaping how we understand ourselves and our world. The gladiator's shadow stretches long across time, touching modern consciousness in ways both obvious and subtle. Consider how these ancient combatants appear in contemporary popular culture. Films like Gladiator and Spartacus, television series, novels, video games, and comic books. These modern interpretations often reveal more about our own preoccupations than historical reality. Yet they maintain the gladiator's place in cultural memory, continuously reintroducing these figures to new generations. Imagine a movie set where actors in carefully researched gladiatorial equipment rehearse a combat scene. The director calls for another take, unsatisfied with the emotional intensity of the exchange. Remember, he tells his performers, you're not just fighting, you're performing fighting. The gladiators were athletes, yes, but also entertainers, who understood the dramatic narrative of their contests. Show me that awareness in your eyes. This understanding of gladiatorial combat as performance, rather than mere violence, represents one of the more nuanced aspects of the tradition's modern interpretation. Contemporary scholarship has moved beyond simplistic views of gladiators as either noble heroes or exploited victims to recognize the complex reality of professional combatants who were simultaneously athletes, entertainers, celebrities, and marginalized individuals within their society. The midday sun stands high overhead as we shift our perspective to a modern sports arena, a massive structure with architectural echoes of the ancient amphitheater. Tens of thousands of spectators fill the seats, their collective energy creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. On the field or court below, highly trained athletes prepare to demonstrate their skills in competition that, while not lethal, still carries elements of ritualized combat for public entertainment. The parallel is undeniable, observes a sports historian watching the spectacle. The commercialization of physical prowess, the creation of celebrities through athletic performance, the use of competition as mass entertainment, these patterns, established in ancient Rome, persist in our own sporting culture, transformed but recognizable. Indeed, modern professional sports inherit much from the gladiatorial tradition. The concept of athletes as entertainers, the commercial exploitation of physical skill, the creation of larger-than-life personas around competitors, and the use of sporting events as expressions of cultural identity and values. Even the architecture of our sports venues, with their tiered seating focused on a central performance area, owes conceptual debts to Roman amphitheaters. The afternoon progresses as we consider another aspect of the gladiator's modern echo, the ethical questions raised by violent entertainment. In university classrooms, students debate the parallels between Roman blood sports and contemporary entertainment forms that feature violence, from boxing and mixed martial arts to fictional depictions in film and video games. The discussions reveal our continuing ambivalence about the human attraction to witnessing combat, whether real or simulated. Are we fundamentally different from those who cheered in the Colosseum? Asks a philosophy professor, challenging her students to consider uncomfortable comparison. Or have we simply redirected and reframed similar impulses in ways that conform to our stated ethical principles? This question penetrates to the heart of how we understand ourselves in relation to our Roman predecessors. The easy answer, that we have progressed beyond their brutal entertainments, becomes complicated when we honestly examine our own culture's fascination with violence in various mediated forms. The gladiator thus serves not only as a historical figure but as a mirror that reflects our own unresolved relationship with violence as spectacle. As the sun begins its westward descent, consider how the physical training methods of gladiators have found new life in contemporary fitness culture. Modern fitness entrepreneurs have developed training programs claiming inspiration from gladiatorial conditioning methods, marketing them as pathways to authentic physical development. Archaeological analysis of gladiator remains, revealing their diet, exercise effects, and injury patterns, informs contemporary understanding of historical training methods, creating another bridge between ancient practice and modern interest. Their training was systematic and sophisticated, explains a sports scientist studying historical combat conditioning. Modern athletes can learn from their integrated approach to strength, skill development, nutrition, and psychological preparation. These weren't mindless brutes, but professional athletes whose lives depended on optimizing human performance. The light softens toward evening as we contemplate the gladiator's place in our linguistic heritage. Terms and expressions derived from the arena pepper modern languages, in the arena, to describe any challenging public performance, thumbs up or thumbs down, to indicate approval or rejection, even the word arena itself for a venue of competition or conflict. These linguistic fossils preserve gladiatorial concepts in our everyday speech, often used without awareness of their blood-soaked origins. Beyond language, the aesthetic influence of gladiatorial equipment and presentation appears in fashion, design, and visual arts. The distinctive helmets, arm guards, and weapons of various gladiatorial types have inspired costume designers, fashion innovators, and artists who appropriate these powerful visual elements for contemporary expression. Through these adaptations, the distinctive silhouette of the gladiator remains recognizable even to those with minimal historical knowledge. Twilight approaches, casting longer shadows as we consider perhaps the most profound aspect of the gladiator's legacy, the questions these historical figures raise about human capability under extreme circumstances. Modern psychology, sports science, and performance studies continue to examine how gladiators develop the mental and physical abilities to function effectively in life or death competition, seeking insights applicable to contemporary challenges, from athletic performance to military training to stress management. What fascinates me, says a performance psychologist researching historical combat psychology, is how these individuals develop the capacity to perform complex technical skills under the most extreme pressure imaginable. Their psychological training methods, while not described in modern terminology, appear to have anticipated many principles we now consider cutting edge in performance psychology. Night falls gradually, stars appearing one by one above a world transformed beyond recognition from the days when gladiators fought in Rome's great amphitheaters. Yet in this changed world, the gladiator's shadow remains, sometimes distinct, sometimes faint, but persistently present in our cultural consciousness. These ancient combatants continue to serve as symbols, as cautionary tales, as inspirations, and as mirrors reflecting aspects of our own society that we might otherwise prefer not to examine directly. In the quiet darkness, we might reflect on why these figures maintain such power over our imagination. Perhaps it is because they embodied extremes of human experience, the limits of physical capability, the ultimate performance pressure, the most direct confrontation with mortality. Perhaps it is because their combination of beauty and brutality, skill and violence, celebrity and marginalization creates a paradox that continues to intrigue us. Or perhaps it is simply that in their courage facing certain death, They represent something timeless about the human spirit's capacity to maintain dignity even in the most difficult circumstances. The greatest monuments are not always built of stone, whispers a museum night watchman as he passes the display of gladiatorial artifacts on his rounds. Sometimes they are built of memory, of story, of the enduring human fascination with those who have walked difficult paths before us. The gladiators themselves have been dust for centuries, their individual hopes, fears, triumphs, and sufferings long since passed beyond recovery. The sand that absorbed their blood has scattered to the winds, the crowds that cheered their victories have fallen silent. The empire that created their profession has transformed into something its citizens would not recognize. Yet, something of their experience endures, transformed, reinterpreted, sometimes romanticized or misunderstood, but persistently present in our collective memory. As the stars wheel overhead, the same stars that watched over ancient arenas, we complete our journey through the world of the Roman gladiator. From the blood-soaked origins of the Munera to the gradual twilight of the games, from the harsh realities of the ludus to the psychological strategies for arena survival, we have walked alongside these complex figures whose reality transcends both the noble heroes and exploited victims of simplified narratives. Their echo continues, carried in artifacts and architecture, in language and literature, in sport and spectacle, in our unresolved questions about violence and entertainment, courage and coercion, performance and authenticity. The shadow of the gladiator stretches across centuries, touching our own time not as a relic of a vanished past, but as a living presence that continues to inform how we understand entertainment, athletics, courage, and the complex relationship between individual excellence and social exploitation. As our exploration of the Roman gladiator concludes, perhaps you find yourself drifting towards sleep, your consciousness gradually releasing its hold on waking thought. Like the ancient spectacles that gradually faded from Roman life, allow your awareness of these words to gently diminish, giving way to the peaceful realm of dreams. The gladiators have shared their story. Now let your mind rest, carried by the current of history into the welcoming embrace of slumber. The arena falls silent, the crowds disperse, and in this quietude you may find the perfect peace that follows a journey well traveled through time and human experience. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow brings new stories, new understandings, and the continuing echo of all who have walked this earth before us, their experiences woven into the tapestry of our shared human heritage.